Good afternoon. It is still Monday, May 18th, I believe, 4:37 p.m. Central Daylight Time, local time here in, I think we're in Brookhaven, Mississippi. Awesome little tire shop. They got me in and out really quick. They had reasonable prices, did good work, nice people. And now we're getting back out on the road. 600 feet, turn right onto Coward Lane Southwest. So the total it cost me was $535 and some change. $15 for using a credit card. There was a $15 surcharge for using a credit card because if you didn't know, Visa charges ridiculous fees to businesses to use credit cards. Something you may or may not know. Some businesses pass along that charge. Turn right onto US 84 East. It was $371 without tax just for the tire replacement, and then I had to get the mud flap replaced. In half a mile, take a slide left. Oh man, she managed to get out of there quick. She was in there buying something for her her overhead tarp over the top of her thing. She's buying something over that. She parked on the shoulder of the highway here. But anyway, mud flap, the bar, and they charged me for like a foot of reflective tape. So that came out to like $487. So it was like $100 for a mud flap, a bar, and reflective tape. And they weren't sure how to price the reflective tape. And I was like, well, how much is the whole roll? And he's like, I don't know. I'll have to go check. $147 for the entire roll of reflective tape. And I was like, yeah, no, thank you. Just a foot, please. So, yeah, they charged me $100, and the bar, the mud flap bar, they didn't have them individually. They had to sell me a set of 2 mud flap bars, so I have a spare now. And I asked him to check the tire pressure on everything. And all my tire pressures are perfect. Except the Love's tire that they just installed, which Love said they wouldn't put over 100 PSI. He went ahead and put it up to 110. But all the rest of my tire pressures were spot on. I was thinking maybe my tires are underinflated or something. That's the reason they're exploding. I think it's just old tires, and I'm hauling these max weight loads, and it's really hot outside, so the tire pressures are getting really high. And with these old, worn out tires that are starting to get like dry rot, I think it's just pushing them to their limits and they're exploding. It's all of my old original tires that came with the truck, that were on the truck for who knows how long before I bought the truck, and they've been on the truck for like 6 years since I bought the truck. So they're old tires. They're really old tires. They're probably like 10-year-old tires. So we keep on rolling. Still haven't gotten up to speed. We've been going uphill basically since we got on the interstate. Now we finally just hit 70. Well, I've only got 2 of the old tires left. Maybe I should preemptively replace them. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I think I've spent more money on repairs than I've made hauling these loads. This is one of the reasons I avoid hauling heavy loads, like max weight loads. They are really hard on the equipment. They push the equipment to the limits, and if you have anything that is not in good condition, it's going to cause it to fail. Like if I would not have been hauling max weight loads, I don't think my tires would have blown. All right, so I am 264 miles away from the Petro TA in West Memphis, Arkansas. I should have filled up my Hawaiian punch, my tropical punch, while I was parked there. Well, I'm glad the tire blew before I was taking a shower, because I got all sweaty and nasty. Messing around with all that stuff. But yeah, I cannot say enough good things about that tire shop. They were awesome. And it was a bunch of locals working there. Like that had lived their whole lives right there in that small town. Oh my goodness. This is a big bump. These trees are awesome. I love these roads that have trees alongside the road and down the median that are really tall. Shades the road. It's a lot cooler, a lot less wind. It is just amazing. And at night, I suspected it blocks headlights from oncoming traffic, which is another big bonus. And there's one of the negatives. We have a tree falling over almost in the roadway. We get to find out tomorrow how many loads made it onto this week's paycheck and how many are going to roll over into next week. I have no idea what the cutoff is for loads to make it onto a payday. It's like 24 hours before a payday or whatever. I don't typically run paycheck to paycheck, so I don't really care if a load gets paid this week or next week or the week after that, as long as I get paid. I don't even think I said what road we were on or whatever. We're just continuing on from the last video. This is I-55 northbound in Mississippi. I'm about 40 miles south of Jacksonville, or Jackson, not Jacksonville, Jackson, Mississippi. And it is 4:52 p.m. Central Daylight Time, local time here in Mississippi. Oh, I hope that everything goes smooth for at least a couple of weeks. Come on. No more breakdowns, no more blowouts, no more anything for a couple of weeks. These heavy ass loads are hard on the truck. If this account was driving mountains with these heavy ass loads, even with what it's paying, I wouldn't do it. Because it's bad enough that the load is heavy, but when you add on mountain driving to that, this TMC, when you add on mountain driving to that, it just makes everything a lot worse. Yep, it's TMC. Destination Excellence. Everybody used to make fun of them for that logo because they were governed at 62. They're like, I don't think you guys are ever going to get there. But I think they've been bumped up to like 65 or 70 or something. During the freight boom, almost everyone bumped their trucks up to at least at a minimum 65, and a lot of companies bumped their trucks up to 70. I think that it was kind of stupid for companies to have their trucks governed at really low speeds. They did it for two reasons. One, for fuel savings, and two, for insurance. But I did a video where I broke down the math on fuel savings versus like making money, because if you drive slower, you can't do as many miles in a week. And the fuel prices would have to get really high for you to save enough money that you're making more money by going slow for fuel mileage rather than just trying to get as many miles as you can. And that's the problem with data analysts, is a lot of times they're not looking at the complete picture. They're just looking at one little section of data, and they're not taking into account everything. So yeah, there's probably some jackass that's never driven a truck in his life or her life did a presentation to a bunch of executives who have also probably never driven a truck in their lives and said, hey, if we govern our trucks at 62 instead of 65, then we could get a half a mile per gallon better fuel efficiency, and we would save, millions of dollars per year in fuel. And the executives are like, oh, yeah, I like saving millions of dollars. I like money. And then you lose a lot of drivers to higher turnover because the drivers are making less money because they're paid per mile and they can't make as much money driving slower trucks. The drivers get frustrated getting stuck behind slow vehicles and they can't pass because they're governed so slow. And they're just basically at the mercy of everybody on the road because their only option is to slow down. So drivers get frustrated. You lose out on drivers. You make less money. High turnover means you're dealing with a lot of inexperienced drivers. You don't have very many veteran drivers in your fleet, which means you're getting into a lot more accidents. The drivers are a lot less efficient. It's costing you a lot more money. And then, in general, your fleet is running fewer miles, so you're making less money. So all that factored in, you're losing a lot of money by lowering the governed speed of your truck down to 62 from 65. But I'm sure that the person that did the presentation to the execs didn't mention all the other things. They just mentioned the savings of the money by lowering the fuel mileage, or raising the fuel mileage by lowering the governed speed. And we can also save, $1 million a year on our insurance. We have the same problem with environmentalists. I think I ranted about this in the last video or the video before that one about stupid things like diesel exhaust fluid. It's worse for the environment than just running like straight pipes or just regular exhaust. It's much worse for the environment. We have an entire industry built around creating the parts, servicing, replacing the parts, distributing the parts, and then we have an entire industry around the fluid. Producing, manufacturing, distributing, it's just that is so much worse for the environment. Wind turbines are horrible for the environment. The big ass blades don't last very long. The turbines themselves don't last very long. They're non-biodegradable. They're damaging to the environment. They kill lots of birds and stuff like that. And once we replace one of those big ass wind turbines, they just break it into little pieces, put it on a flatbed, drive it to Wyoming, and bury it in the ground. Now, I don't have a problem with wind turbines or solar or any of that stuff. I think we should be pursuing all of that technology, but I do have a problem with the government forcing us to switch over to something that's still like research and development stage. It's not ready to replace what we currently have, and government thinks if they just mandate it, they can make it happen. And we're just not at that stage. It's going to create an ecological disaster trying to force everyone over to it. And like electric cars, oh my goodness, the batteries for electric cars are so bad for the environment. I did not check the news while I was getting the tire worked on. Today, some point this week, the rumor is that the war is going to restart at some point this week. And I'm really curious to see what type of war happens. Israel has said that they're just waiting for the war to restart, and when the war restarts, they are going to destroy Iran's power grid. And Iran has said that they will retaliate by destroying the power grids of the countries throughout the region. And there have been these weird drone attacks for the last few days. Drone attacks that are coming in from the west. Iran is east of like almost all of the Gulf Coast countries. And there are drones coming in from the west attacking things like nuclear power plants in UAE, the United Arab Emirates. Not doing any significant damage, but attacking them. And I I suspect those drone attacks are Israel. If Israel gets caught doing that shit, that is going to look really bad on them. And everybody might turn against Israel. Like, Israel is already on most people's shit list because they're just a really evil country. But it appears that they might be attempting a false flag attack to try to restart the war. But that's not certain. That's just speculation on my part. It has become known that Israel has secret bases in, like, Iraq. And these drones appear to have been fired from those areas where Israel is known to have secret bases. But that is wild conspiracy theory stuff. Ugh. Is that four-wheeler just going to sit behind XPO until I start to pass, and then they're going to pull out in front of me? Make a bet. Now, to reduce the chance of that happening, I'm going to wait until I get right up on the ass of that car to move over and start passing. If I get over early, then the car is going to see me coming up to pass. It's going to see me slowly coming up to pass, and it's going to have a long time to think about getting passed by a truck. They're going to have a long time to think about getting out and passing that XPO truck. So we're going to try to get close and then pass when we're up at pretty high speed. All right, they're not going to go. They're not going to cut me off. I timed that just perfect. Caught it on a downhill. Everything went just right. All right. Moonlight, adult toys, smoke, and vape. Damn. Get all your vices in this one place. In a second here. Got a car that just merged on that's riding my ass. And then I got this slow SUV I'm catching up with. Oh, it's not a slow SUV anymore. They've started speed matching me. Yay. Some old woman. Now she's pulling away from me. And the car is passing me on the right. Hello there, Mr. Flatbed. Looked like they had a trailer tire flat. And right there's a mechanic driving across the bridge. If I catch up with this old woman again, I'm going to honk at her. All right, we've only got 9 miles until we get to Jackson. And 225 miles until I get to my fuel stop. In West Memphis, Arkansas. So let's figure out how much we've made so far. Very first load was $19.19, a little over $1,900. Second load was $1,300 something dollars. So that's $3,200. $5:21 p.m. rush hour. We're driving through Jackson, Mississippi during a rush hour. The exit ramp over on the other side of the interstate is stopped. It's backed up all the way to the interstate, and it's stopped on the interstate. So 3,200, and then this load is like 2986 or something like that. It's really close to 3,000. So 32 plus 3, $6,200. And how many miles is that? 820, 520, that's 1,340. Plus 6, 1940. Plus another 6, 2540. So somewhere in the ballpark, 2540 is a conservative estimate. It's probably closer to 2,700 miles. So that's going to cost me about $2,700 in fuel out of the 6,200. That's $3,500 after fuel cost that I've made so far in Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and then Tuesday. No, that's just Monday. I don't know. I should be able to finish this load today. I think I still might be able to finish it real late tonight, probably like 3 or 4 in the morning. But I'll still be able to drive, quite a few miles tomorrow. So we'll just say Monday. So that's Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. That's 5 days. 2,700 miles. $6,200 gross. $3,500 after fuel. And how much have I had to spend on repairs? So it was 1680 at Love's, and then 535 just now. So it's like 2,200, a little over $2,200. Weight limits. I'm on a 24-ton weight limit. No, 27-ton. Yeah, I'm over that weight limit. What the hell weight limit are they talking about? Why is this? All right, this car's switching lanes, or it was. Why is this car going slow as shit in front of me? FR Conversions. Owl Incorporated. So I think FR Conversions was whatever company did the customization to the vehicle. All right, let's get back over in the center lane. Holy shit. What an asshole. Those two people merged on. The car moved over and the truck stayed in the on-ramp and passed the car on the right side from the on-ramp, from the merge lane. What a dick. There's an old man and an old woman. Maybe they know each other. There goes the old man that passed on the shoulder or merge lane or whatever. 1 mile to the I-20 junction, and speed limit's dropping down to 60. So after you take out that $2,200 from the $3,500,
half a mile, keep right to stay on I-55 north. Follow signs for I-20 east, US 49 south.
that leaves me with $1,300 after unexpected expenses and fuel cost. With everything.
Keep right to stay on I-55 north. Continue on I-20 east for 2 miles.
Get in your lane, bro. Drifted over into my lane. All right, I'm going to slow down and let this guy in front of me because his lane's about to end. All right, 55 and 20 are merged together right now, but I don't think they're merged for very long. Should be splitting back off. 3/4 of a mile ahead, 27-ton weight limit.
In half a mile, keep left to stay on I-55 North. All signs for Granada, Memphis.
Is this the bridge? This is a 27-ton
Keep left to stay on I-55 North.
weight limit. This is it right here.
Continue for 203 miles.
For those of you that don't know, that's 54,000 pounds. I am considerably heavier than that. So why do these bridges have low weight limits? There's lots of reasons. Sometimes they don't support that much weight. And if you drive across that bridge, you can break something. Sometimes it's because there's damage to the bridge. And because of the damage, it doesn't support that weight. But most of the time, it's about longevity. Most of the time, it's because the state is trying to pinch pennies. And if you lower the speed limit across a bridge and you lower the weight limit, it can extend the life of a bridge. $50-mile-per-hour turn. I'm doing 60. Traffic is not bad through Jackson.
There are police reported ahead.
That tanker in front of me, definitely over 54,000 pounds if it's loaded. To give you an idea, if you're not familiar with truck weights, a normal tractor trailer, a normal tractor is about 20,000 pounds. A trailer is about 15. So together, a tractor with an empty trailer is roughly about 35,000 pounds. And then you can hold about 45,000 pounds of cargo. And that puts you at 80,000 pounds gross. That's the maximum weight most trucks carry. You have to have overweight permits to haul more than that. Hey, dumbass, why did you jump across 2 lanes to just go slow in front of me? She's sitting there playing on her damn phone. Brake checking me going uphill. Great, I just got a chip in the window. I'm not replacing the window until it is illegal. I have several chips in the window and none of them are big enough to be illegal. I just don't see the point in it because I get chips in the window constantly. If I replace the window every time I got a chip, like I'd be buying a new window every month. What sucks is this brand new chip is right in my view. So it's going to be like having a permanent bug on the windshield. Oh my goodness. Cars passing in the exit lane. this has a low weight limit as well. I don't remember, like I didn't get to read the whole thing. I just glanced over, and the highest weight limit on that bridge we just went across was like 31 tons, which is like 62,000 pounds. Traffic is slowing, and these cars are racing to cut me off. These dumbass four-wheelers, whenever traffic starts slowing down, they speed up. They're like, I gotta hurry up and get up there before everybody else. I want to get over a lane, but come on. Damn four-wheelers just keep cutting me off. I put on my signal and they're like, challenge accepted. Well, I spoke too soon about Jackson traffic not being that bad. Not only is traffic bad, they got a lot of bad drivers. Traffic's already clearing up. Oh, speed limit just went up to 70. Circle K. Quality guaranteed. So it's a Circle K fuel hauler. All right, the left lane ends in 3/4 of a mile. I got 2 pickups on my right side. And the cars in front of me are slowing way down. I don't know why these cars are going so slow. I think I recognize the white SUV that's going slow in the front. She's passed me like twice. This dumb bitch is gonna cut me off again. Stupid jackass. Some old woman, and she's looking for something in her center console, and she's just like stopping in the damn road. I don't understand people. People are much more likely to cut in front of a faster moving semi truck than a faster moving car, because they perceive the semi truck as slow. They don't perceive it as dangerous. We have another slow moving SUV. And it doesn't matter how fast a semi is going. People, like, I don't think most people realize how unevolved and how stupid human beings are. We are very instinctual creatures that have survival traits from like caveman days. We still operate that way. We still think that way. Back when I first got the truck, I was driving bobtail from Fargo, North Dakota, where I bought the truck, down to West Memphis, Arkansas, where USA Truck was at. I actually got up to like 80 miles an hour in the truck. And I had four-wheelers that were speeding up to like 90, 100 miles an hour to pass me because they perceived me as slow, even though I was going the speed limit of 80. And then as soon as they got in front of me, they would slow down and I would pass them. And they would be confused. But yeah, I've been passing cars before that were doing like 60 miles an hour, and I speed up to 65, they speed up to 65, I speed up to 70, they speed up to 70. I've gone all the way up to 80 miles an hour before trying to pass cars, and they just keep speeding up. And then you fall back in behind them, and they'll slow down to 60 again. $194 miles until we get to Jackson, or not Jackson, West Memphis. So it's going to be about 3 hours until I get there. It is 5:50 right now, so it'll be about 9 p.m. I might not get to take a shower because I'm not going to be able to find a place to park. There is a ton of truck parking in that area because there's several truck stops there in West Memphis, Arkansas, and it's still not enough. But I liked going to West Memphis whenever I was driving with USA Truck because I could just go badge into their terminal and park in their parking lot. The only thing that sucked about that is that if you ever went into their terminal, they might steal your trailer. So if you ever stopped at a USA Truck terminal, then a dispatcher might tell you to disconnect from your trailer. They're giving your load to somebody else. Or they might take your empty away from you and give it to somebody else. Or the shop might tell you to disconnect from the trailer so they can put the trailer in the shop for maintenance. So it was a pretty big risk to go to a USA Truck terminal. You never know what they're going to do with your load or your trailer. That was one of the things that I really, really hated about being a company driver, was having my loads or my empty trailer stolen from me and given to another driver. Because you always have whiny little bitches at every single company. And in trucking, there are tons of whiners. And they'll be in there whining and whining. Oh, I've got to get home for this reason or that reason. And I need to go, I need this for that, or whatever they're whining about. And if you're not a whiner, then you just get taken advantage of constantly at companies. They'll have you do the shitty things that the other people whine about, and they'll take your loads and your empty trailers from you and give them to the whiners. That was one of the things I really could not stand about being a company driver. That happened to me pretty much every company I ever drove for, which was not a lot. I did not drive for many companies. I drove for Swift like 20 years ago when I first started out. And then I drove for USA Truck like 6 years ago when I started out the second time. Those are basically the only two companies I ever drove for over the road. There was a company I drove over the road for like a month or two. And that was kind of like being an owner-operator. Driving for them was very much like being an owner-operator. I didn't deal with any of the company drama stuff, but I dealt with a whole bunch of other different types of drama. Like, I had to get all my own permits. I don't even do that as an owner-operator. But as a company driver with that company, I had to get all of my own permits. They didn't have any permits, and our main contract was hazardous waste. So I was placarded all the time. I had a lot of extra permits I had to have. And the woman in the permit department did not do her job. So what I would have to do is I just have to pull over to weigh stations. Every time I entered a state, I would pull over at the weigh station and buy the permit. I had to pay for it out of my own pocket and then submit for reimbursement. And then the company would fight me on reimbursement and refuse to pay reimbursement. Detour ahead, US 51 closed. And then for repairs on the truck, I had to pay out of my own pocket, and then they would fight me to reimburse me. And they would refuse to do repairs. Like, I got a fix-it ticket in California for having a cracked windshield that they refused to repair. They told me that they would just fix it next time I made it to the home terminal in Phoenix. And I didn't make it to the home terminal for like a month. And I ended up getting a fix-it ticket. And I said, I'm not taking any load except a load straight to Phoenix. And they got me to Phoenix. And I had to, even in Phoenix, where their home terminal was at, I still had to pay for everything out of my own pocket. And then try to get them to reimburse me, and they would fight me on reimbursement. Like, I remember being in Phoenix, and they were supposed to, it was a brand new Volvo. It had paper tags on it for the first month I drove it. That's how new it was. And they did not have idle enabled. It would not idle for more than like 3 minutes. It would shut off. And also, sorry, I'm looking at this car, these cars on the shoulder. Also, the I forget what it's called, the auto air system, where it automatically turns the truck on and off to run the HVAC system in the sleeper. Like you can turn it on and set a temperature and it'll turn the truck on and off to maintain that temperature. That system was disabled. So I was driving in the winter in like Montana. It's 0 degrees Fahrenheit outside and my truck won't idle for more than 3 minutes and I don't have any kind of heat or air. So within like 10 minutes of the truck, like I could get it up to 80 degrees inside the truck. And then within like 10 minutes of shutting the truck off, it would be like below freezing in the truck. And they would not fix it out over the road. They said, we have the equipment, we will fix it at our shop. We have the computer. We bought the computer to be able to change that. We'll change it at our shop. So I just had to like deal with that out over the road. Like sleeping in below freezing temperatures in the truck. And then I finally get down to Phoenix and they hooked their computer up to it and they said, oh, your truck's too new. Our computer's not up to date enough to do it. You're going to have to go to the dealer. So I had to go to the dealer anyway. I could have gone to a dealer somewhere else in the country and not spent weeks freezing my ass off, not sleeping worth a damn. So I went to the Volvo dealer and they came over and told me that my company's account is in some type of default, so they can't use that account. So I called the company and they told me, oh, have them use this account. So I told them, hey, they told me to tell you to use this account. And they said, yeah, that account's in default as well. So I called the company back and told them, they said, well, just pay for it and we'll reimburse you. Which is what they always did to me. So since I was paying the dealer and I didn't know whether or not I was going to get reimbursed, I had them turn up the governed speed. I had them disable idle shutoff and enable the auto air system. So the truck would idle forever. The auto air worked. And I forget what I had them turn the governor up to. I think I only turned it up to 65 because it was 62 when I got the truck. And they said that everybody's at 62 for the first 3 months, and then we bump you up to 65. And I just bumped it up to 65 after like 2 months. And then I quit like a week later because they tried not to reimburse me and they didn't get me home. Like I had been driving for them for 2 months. And I told them that I didn't need home time except once. I said, I'm going to move out of my apartment and I need to be, I need to go to my apartment before the lease is up to move out. So that's all I need you to do is just get me to the house once before my lease is up so I can move out. And they could not do that. They got me to the apartment a week after my lease. And I showed up to my apartment with an eviction notice. Because I mailed my rent and the Pilot Flying J that I mailed it from didn't mail it out for like a week and a half. I mailed it out like 2 weeks before the rent was due. And Pilot Flying J didn't mail it out until after the 1st. Like it was... No, they mailed it out like a day or two before the 1st. but the apartment complex didn't receive it until after the 1st. So they received it like a day or two late, and they did not process the payment. They just put an eviction notice on the door. I was like, why would you do that? So they were trying to charge me several $1,000s for breaking my lease. And also, they had like a 14-day eviction notice on me and all kinds of stuff. And I got so mad at the apartment complex, the Pilot Flying J, the trucking company. I was just mad at everybody. But I ended up quitting that trucking company for a lot of reasons. That was just like the straw that broke the camel's back, was them not getting me home in time to be able to move out of the apartment before my lease was up, because it rolled me into a month-to-month lease, which was really expensive. Just tons and tons of drama. You know what? I might just not end up getting a shower on the way up there. I might just have to get a shower on the way back, because I really don't think I'm going to be able to find a parking spot. If I see an open parking spot, I'm going to park and get a shower. So the only two over-the-road company jobs I've really had, not including that one, was Swift and USA Truck. And on numerous occasions, I had my load stolen from me. I remember that even happening to me, 20 years ago. That company I was just talking about, that really shitty company I was just talking about, what they would run me is they ran me in a triangle of LA, central part of the country, like Omaha, Nebraska or something like that, and then Pacific Northwest, and then LA. That's the triangle I ran the whole time I was there. Central part of the country, could have been Arkansas. I remember one of my deliveries was hazardous waste just somewhere south of Little Rock. I can't remember the name of the town. I remember Indianapolis. There's somewhere I delivered in Indianapolis. I don't think that was a hazardous waste load, though. Actually, I know that was not a hazardous waste load. I delivered it to a warehouse. Most of my hazardous waste loads were batteries from recycle centers. I picked up most of my hazardous waste loads from recycle centers. So people think that the shit that they put in recycle centers goes to get recycled. No, it just gets buried somewhere. A tire or something in the road. But I remember going down to the port of Long Beach on one of my loads, and I picked up a load in this pain in the ass place to get in and out of. It was some really old brick warehouse really close to the port. Really, it was designed for shorter trucks. It wasn't designed for modern trucks. It was a really, really old building. So it was an extremely tight back. It was really tight to get in and out of there. All right, the car on the shoulder is moving. And so I spend like all day getting that load. And then I get out to Fontana and I park at some mom and pop truck stop to take my 10-hour break, and dispatch calls me and tells me to disconnect from that trailer. I'm going to swap loads with somebody else. They gave my load to some other driver, and I had to go back into LA and spend another day picking up a load. So it happened with every single over-the-road company I drove for, where they stole loads, stole empties, and gave them to whiny drivers. Everybody had a story. Yep, this four-wheeler's just been sitting back behind me, speed matching me for the past 2 or 3 minutes, and now, right when I catch up with this slower truck, they whip out and pass me. People do this shit all the time. There's got to be like only like maybe a maximum of around 200 miles left once I get to the fuel stop in West Memphis. It can't be much further than that, because I think it was close to 400 miles or more just to get to West Memphis. Let me check. Let me back out, exit navigation. So 419 total miles and 155 to my fuel stop. Oh, so it is quite a ways. So 419 minus 155. Just a second here. 245 plus 19. $264 miles. Damn, I still got 264 miles to go after my fuel stop. I thought it was going to be like around 200 miles, 180. So it's like 80 miles further than I expected. So 419 miles at 60 mile per hour average is 7 hours. I've still got 7 hours of driving. That doesn't seem right. It seems like I've been driving for a long time already. And it's only 627 miles. Still got 7 hours to go. Have I been driving for 4 hours? You know, it might have only been 4 hours. Let me see here. This video's been going for an hour and 38 minutes. Is that right? I can barely see it. It's way over and it's tilted and it's hard to see. So my first driving video to the blowout was only like 2 hours and 22 minutes. So an hour and 38 minutes. That put me at 4 hours and I still have 7 hours to go. That puts me right at 11 hours of drive time. So yeah, that sounds right. Well, the good thing is I'm moving to a nighttime driving. Kind of. So if I'm 7 hours, it is 6:18 p.m. So that'd be like 118. Plus an hour for the 30-minute break and possibly a shower. So that'd be 218. So I should arrive to Goodyear somewhere, or not Goodyear, Continental, somewhere in the ballpark of like 2:30 a.m. I'll probably be done with the drop and hook by about 3 a.m. That's still pretty close to the time that I was expecting to be there. So the blowout didn't delay me by very much. So 144 miles until I get to West Memphis. That is 2 hours. I'm 2 hours and 24 minutes at a 60 mile per hour average. So it's good, but I'm doing 70. So it's somewhere between 2 hours and 24 minutes. So that means it's going to be about 8:30, approximately 8:30 p.m. whenever I get there. So traffic shouldn't be too bad driving across Memphis. Surprised I'm not tired yet. I've been awake since 6 a.m. So it's been awake for 12 and a half hours. Gonna be a long night. Oh, that was a really smooth connector between the bridge and the road. The bridge itself, not so smooth. I was bouncing like crazy across that thing. But the connectors were smooth. Reflecting back on my old driving 20 years ago, got me thinking about things have changed a lot since then. Like it's like a different profession. You know, we have automatics now, which make driving so much easier. I know that there are a lot of old schoolers that are like, automatics suck, I wish I had my manual. I am not one of those people. Automatics are amazing. Yeah, driving a manual would be kind of fun for a very short amount of time. I don't even think I'd want to do an entire drive shift driving a manual. Automatics are amazing. And GPS with satellite imagery, Like Google Maps has made this job so much easier. Like you can look at satellite images of places you're going and figure out like where the truck entrance is at and stuff like that. It was hard to just find addresses 20 years ago. You'd be driving down the street really slow looking for street names. And you'd be given distances, like 1.3 miles past this point, stuff like that. That's how you found places. So a lot of times you just pull up to an address and then you'd try to find an address written somewhere, or you'd walk up there and ask them, are you this address? It sucked. And it was really stressful driving through major metropolitan areas. You'd have to memorize all of the interstates and everything that you were getting onto. And there were lots of times where you would miss your exit, and you'd have to like pull over and look at a map and try to figure out how to reroute back, and it sucked. It sucked. There was a lot of wasted time with routing. What I would do whenever I would get near a major metropolitan area, or I would get near my pickup or delivery, I would pull over at a rest area or a truck stop or something, and I would memorize the route through the major metropolitan area or to my delivery. And we were given turn-by-turn routing, and I would write that down on a piece of paper because the Qualcomm would only give you one single line at a time, and it was a pain in the ass to look at it. So it was a lot easier to look at if you would just write it down on a piece of paper. That's what I did. I'd write my turn-by-turn on a piece of paper. The way stations were much more strict back then. Pretty much all of the trucking laws and the just highway enforcement in general, police enforcement in general, was at a much higher level back then. Everything was much more strictly enforced, and the way stations did a lot of inspections back then. I hardly ever see anybody get pulled in for a random inspection these days. Back then, they would constantly pull people in for random inspections. You'd see people pulled over everywhere. I hardly ever see cops these days. Back then, I saw cops everywhere. Looks like we got an oversized load up at the top of the hill. I'm not sure if they're driving or parked. Looks like they're parked. I'm not sure if it's an oversized or if that's just a mechanic parked behind a truck. Looks like a mechanic parked behind a truck. You just couldn't get on the off-ramp, huh, bro? Is that Hirschbach? Just had to have the mechanic do it out here on the damn side of the interstate. The tire I saw back there looked like a super single. So if they blew a super single, then I can understand just pulling over and stopping right where they blow the tire, because you blow a super single and it's bad. I think everyone's moving away from super singles. I think it was a fad that just a few companies got on board for a short amount of time. There's a trailer on the side of the road. There's a big thing of black smoke somewhere over the hill. Might have a fire. Well, it's not on this side of the interstate. I don't think. Unless the interstate turns way back over to the left. Let's check and see what the fuel data is. 6.5 miles per gallon. Holy crap. So, if you haven't been following along with the videos, up to, this point, up to this load that I picked up in Addis, now we're driving straight into the smoke. I had been setting the cruise no higher than 65. And after I picked this load up in Addis, I decided to set the cruise at 70. And throughout all of my driving, I was averaging 6 miles per gallon at doing a maximum of 65 miles per hour. And that was with my 2 loads that I did, which were loaded at max weight, and then my 1 load that I did that was empty. So out of like the 1,900 miles that I did, 600 of it was empty and 1,300 of it was loaded. And I averaged 6 miles per gallon with the cruise control set at a max of 65. Now, setting the cruise at a max of 70, I'm getting a 6.5 mile per gallon average. But that's not like extremely meaningful information, because it could have more to do with the route than anything. Maybe I'm just doing a lot more flat land and downhill on this route than I did on the others. Damn it. Something I just thought about is fuel. I have somewhere close to $900 in my fuel account. And even though I'm paying like $4.33 plus fuel tax, like $4.60 a gallon, it's going to charge me on my fuel card. It's only going to authorize me for whatever the actual pump price is. I think the pump price is going to be close to like $5.50 a gallon. So how many gallons will I be able to put in? Should be able to put in somewhere in the ballpark of like 150 gallons. And I'm at half a tank. So I'm probably only going to put 100 gallons in. So I should be good to go. I should be able to top off with how much money I have on the fuel card right now. And then tomorrow, more money is going to be loaded onto the fuel card. Hopefully, the first 2 loads will be loaded onto the fuel card. Because if only the very first load is loaded onto the fuel card, I might not have enough to pay for fuel through this week without doing like a cash advance or a trip advance or whatever you want to call it. All right, I smell water. Might have been from putting out that fire. And we got something going on the shoulder up here. There's nobody behind me as far as I can see, but I can't see very far because there's a hill behind me. But I'm going to go ahead and move over. Oh shit, they're standing out in the road. Damn, Loves. Is that a Loves? That is really dangerous, Loves. Loves is replacing a tire close to the fog line, and Loves parked his truck in the roadway to make sure that people changed lanes for him. That is so incredibly dangerous. Because if somebody hits his truck, he's dead. Because that truck is just going to be pushed right over the top of him. I wonder what happened to that other TSD driver. Now, I got delayed by quite a bit with a blowout. I think that only set me back like an hour, though.
There are police reported ahead.
I just realized I don't have my headlights on. I almost always have my headlights on. What in the hell we got going on here? We got a whole bunch of, look like somebody had a blowout. We got a bunch of shit in the road. I can't tell where it's at in the roadway. There's nobody alongside me, so I have shit. It's all over the place. Just had to weave in between them. I was wanting to beat that TSD driver to Mount Vernon. I don't think it's happening now. We'll see. You know, some people just struggle to do 600 miles in a drive shift. There's a lot of people out here that only do like 400, maybe 500 miles in a drive shift. When I first got into trucking, I was buddies with a guy that I met in my CDL class. We were the only two people in the CDL class that were, well, okay, there was a third person that was taking the class seriously, kind of. But he didn't have any chance of passing the class. There was a guy that was disabled. Like his legs didn't work and he was walking around on crutches, and he was a really tiny little guy. I'm not sure what all medical issues he had, but he had a lot of medical issues. Like his arms were really frail and skinny, and his legs just basically didn't work. And he just kind of walked around with his crutches. But he had a dream of being a truck driver. He really, really, really wanted to be a truck driver. And nobody would hire him. And he thought that if he were to pass CDL school, that somebody would hire him and buy him an automatic. Because automatics were extremely new back then. They were just like experimental vehicles. There were no fleets of automatics. There were just rumors of automatic trucks. I never saw one back then. I just heard rumors of them. And he was hoping that somebody would get him one if he were to pass the class. Like, he had no expectation that he was actually going to be able to get his CDL because he couldn't drive a manual. It wasn't physically possible for him to drive a manual. So he couldn't pass the CDL test. But he thought that if he passed the class, somebody would buy him an automatic that he could take his CDL test in. Which I don't even think that was allowed back then. I think you had to take your CDL test in a manual. I don't think that they had any such thing as like an automatic restriction back then. So yeah, it was just a pipe dream. There was no way it was going to happen. But he tried really hard. Well, no, let me take that back. He didn't try really hard. He talked a big game is what he did. Because if he tried really hard, he would have taken the time to memorize the inspection. And like that's something that his disability was not holding him back from doing, and he did not memorize the inspection. Like he didn't put any effort forth. He just like talked about how much he wanted to be a truck driver, and he didn't really do anything to make that happen. He didn't put any effort forth. He just talked. But Percy and I were the only two people in the class that were like taking everything seriously. We started memorizing the pre-trip inspection like day one. Anytime we weren't driving, we were memorizing the pre-trip inspection. Right lane closed in 1 mile. What in the shit is that? Is that another big ass piece of tire in the left lane? It looks like it. It looks like the entire tread on a tire just rolled out across the lane. So many blowouts. Right lane closed in a half mile. I've got two cars about a quarter mile behind me. I'm down to 59 miles an hour, 58, crawling up this hill. It doesn't look like the lane closure is actually happening. They either haven't closed the lane down yet, or they're done with the construction and they haven't taken the signs down yet. And based on the road, both lanes being brand new, I would say that they are done with the construction and they just haven't taken the signs down yet. But yeah, Percy and I were in financial situations where we had to pass the class quickly. We couldn't afford to like take an extra couple weeks in CDL school, you know, failing our test and having to retest. We needed to pass first time. We needed to have money flowing in. So we were under financial pressure, and Percy and I were by far the two most motivated people in the class, the two fastest learners. So we got along really well. And Percy was working another full-time job while he was going to CDL school. He was working some warehouse job, and I had just quit my job to go to CDL school. I started CDL school like immediately the day after quitting my job. So I was just fully focused on CDL school, and he was showing up to CDL school completely wiped out every day because like he was not sleeping. Right lane closed in 1 mile. Is it actually closed this time? Nope, it is not closed. They have finished the construction and just haven't gotten around to taking down all the signs yet. But Percy was the same like type of person I am, where whenever we started driving, we were just like running hard. We were trying to knock out as many miles as we possibly could. As soon as our 10-hour break was over, we were driving. So like 3,500 mile weeks were like not big deals for either of us. That was kind of the norm, unless our dispatchers were not giving us miles. Which I had a huge problem with at Swift. I never had I think I might have had 1 week that was like a 3,500 mile week at Swift. And that's one of the biggest reasons I quit Swift, was because I wasn't getting any miles over there. But because Percy was like the only truck driver I really knew, aside from my family, and my family, when I was growing up, when I was a kid, they were all hard runners, 3,000 plus mile weeks. I thought that's what every truck driver did, was, 3,000+ miles a week. And it wasn't until I got into trucking the second time, and I was driving for USA Truck, that I started finding out like what was normal. And what was normal was like 2,000 miles a week. And there were a lot of people that did less than that. I ran into a guy, I was delivering an Anheuser-Busch load from Jacksonville to, I think it was Pensacola, Florida. And I ran into another USA Truck driver there, and we were chatting it up while we were getting unloaded. And it was some old guy. And his dispatcher called him while we were chatting and was talking to him about, running the next load. And she was trying to figure out what load to give him. And she was asking him, are you going to, get it there tomorrow or something like that. I forget the conversation exactly. But she was trying to get him to tell her whether or not he was going to drive the load and get it there on time. Like, how long is it going to take him to get there? And it was only like, I don't think it was a very long run. I think it was only a couple 100 miles. And he was like, yeah, I should be able to get it there tomorrow. And, he was telling her that he was going to get it there and all that stuff. And he gets off the phone. I'm like, that's only like 200 miles and you're not going to be able to get it there tomorrow? He's like, oh yeah, I should be able to. I was like, why would you even, what would keep you from getting it there tomorrow? And he was like, oh, it's 200 miles. That's a long, long drive. And he had this mentality of like just normal cruising around in your car. And so he had this idea that like driving 50 miles was a long drive. So that's the way his mind was working, was he was just comparing truck driving to just like driving around in his car, and whatever was normal for driving around in his car was like, that's what you do in trucking. So like for him to drive an hour, that was a long drive. and he'd have to stop and take a break after driving for an hour. And he was like, I was like, man, that's, wow. How do you make money? And he was like, I don't make much money. Like, yeah. And he was like, why do you drive more than that? I was like, yeah. He's like, how much do you drive? And I started telling him. And he was like amazed. I was telling him, I was like, yeah, like 600 miles a drive shift if I don't have any delays. Like 600 miles in a drive shift is fairly normal. All right, that is abnormal right there. That Prime Incorporated driver just coasted down that hill with me doing 75. Man, Mississippi, you do really, really well at bridge connectors. This Prime driver is moving. I've never seen a Prime truck going this fast. I think this Prime driver has their cruise set at 70 or 68. It's got to be close to 70. It might be 68. And I cannot believe I'm out pulling them on a hill. With as heavy as I am, they must be max weight as well. And the truck behind them just got out and tried to pass them, failed, and dropped back in behind them. That sucks. I think Prime has his truck turned up to a speed he's not supposed to. This Prime driver is a little bit more aggressive than most Prime drivers I run into. Well, all Prime drivers. I've seen one other Prime driver doing this. Back when Prime's maximum speed was 65, if you were an owner-operator, there was a Prime driver that flew by me on Interstate 40 heading westbound, just outside of West Memphis, Arkansas, probably 30 miles west of West Memphis, Arkansas. I'm cruising along at, I don't remember. I want to say it was like 65 or 70, somewhere in that area. And this Prime driver comes flying by me doing like 75 to 80 miles an hour. And he had a little kid in the passenger side, and him and that little kid were both laughing. I remember that. I was like, yeah, you're about to get your contract terminated, bro. Prime's going to get an overspeed alert on your ass, and you're done. I suspect that he just put his truck in the shop and had it turned up to the maximum 86 miles an hour most of these new trucks will have their governor turned up to. One of the guys told me that they didn't know how to turn the governor off. They probably only the dealer could turn it completely off. The only thing that the shops had access to do was to turn it up to the max, which was 86. That's how my truck is configured. It's set at the max governed speed of 86. But anyway, yeah, you don't often see Prime drivers driving really fast coasting down a hill at like 80 miles an hour or anything like that. They have so many sensors and cameras and everything. That prime drivers usually are really careful. They're really cautious drivers because they have basically somebody standing over their shoulder watching everything they do. Ooh, it's starting to get cool. The sun's going down. Getting really sleepy, fella. Turn the air conditioner down a little bit. Not off, just down, because it's still showing it's 87 degrees outside. It's just we're not getting as much greenhouse effect because there's not as much sun shining on the truck. But yeah, that guy I was talking to, he was asking me like what my biggest check was, and I told him that my biggest check that was like just 1 week, because you can have like a really big load that rolls into a second week, and you basically have 2 weeks in one single 1 week paycheck. But I was telling him like the most I made in one single week was with USA Truck was, I can't remember. I think it was around $1,700. And he was like, wow. The biggest week I've had was like $200 or something. I think the most miles he'd had in a week was like 800 or 1,000 miles or something like that. I made a video on this, and it's got all the details in it. I cannot remember the details, 6 years later. And then having discussions with fleet managers and dispatchers and all kinds of people at USA Truck, I found that, yeah, Most people were running like 1,500 to 2,000 miles a week. That was like the range that most people fell in. You know, they might send me to Borger after this load. When I deliver this load, I am going to write down, you know, the loaded that I dropped. So whenever I deliver a load, I have to send a text message to Caitlin, the TSD rep, and give her my trailers that I dropped and picked up so she can keep track of the trailers. And then I have to send a text message or email to Natalia at the Landstar agency with the proof of delivery, a picture of the signed bill of lading. And I have to email Tony and let him know I'm ready for another load. And I have to scan in the proof of delivery and send it through TransFlow to Landstar so that they can bill TSD. So what I'm going to do on this load, whenever I send Caitlin and Tony their information, I'm going to send them the normal information I send them, and I'm also going to let them know how many hours I have left in my 70-hour clock. So 30 hours, I'm using about 12 today. So that'll get me down to 18 hours after I deliver this load, which is basically just one full drive shift. It's 1.5 drive shifts. So if they gave me a load to Borger, you know, drive over to Borger to pick up my next load, then I could take a 34 at the house. Because they're probably not going to want me to take a 34 with a loaded trailer. So I'm most likely going to have to take a 34 on my next, like, I'll deliver this load and then I will drive to wherever I'm picking up my next load, and I will take a 34 there at that location. Because they're not going to want me to set on a loaded trailer for like an extra 2 days.
There's construction ahead.
So yeah, after I deliver this load, I'll probably, hopefully they'll give me what's going on. We got some couple people in the median. They have a shovel and a I don't know what you call that, like a tub, a shovel and a tub. I thought they were picking up trash, but they're not. I don't know what in the hell they're doing. That's something that's changed a lot over time, is littering. Littering used to be a huge problem. Like, it was just extremely common to just see assholes throw, like, a bag of, like, somebody ate at McDonald's or whatever, and they would just throw the bag and the drink and everything out their window while they were driving down the road. You would see that constantly. And I hardly ever see people do that anymore. It's something that has gotten less and less common over time. We got Sheriff getting on the on-ramp right here. Race me, Sheriff. Come on. Come get me. You're not going to catch me. Fast as fast can be. Oh, he's hauling ass. But let's think about this. Have I had enough delays that I can run on recaps? Today is only Monday. So if I have 18 hours Tuesday, so if I, work 12 hours, that leaves me with only 6 hours on Wednesday, and I have not run on recaps in so damn long. I forgot exactly how they work. I forgot if... So I worked probably close to 12 hours on Thursday. I don't think it was actually that many because I was stuck at the shop almost the whole day on Thursday. So let's say I worked 6 hours. Let's say I had 6 hours on Thursday. And I have 6 hours on Wednesday. I run completely out of hours on Wednesday. On Thursday, would I recover those 7 hours from the previous Thursday, or those 6 hours from the previous Thursday, and I'd be able to work 6 hours on Thursday? Or would I have to wait until Friday to recover the hours from Thursday? I can't remember if there's a day lag on it or not. I could have swore there was a day lag on it because it's 70 hours in the last 8 days, I thought. I thought that it was 70 hours over 8 days. So I think there's a 1 day lag on recapturing hours. Running on recaps is not efficient. I do know that. But yeah, if I run out of hours on Wednesday, then I think I would have to wait until Friday to get hours back. I'm not sure. I haven't run hard enough in years to even worry about recaps. I usually will take at least a couple of days off in between loads. So I'm always doing 34s. So I'll do a load 34, another load 34. I'm never running on recaps. But I'm going to have to go look it up and refresh my memory, because while I'm doing this dedicated, I'm going to be running on, running out of my 70 every week. And I need to have an understanding of recaps. Somebody on the shoulder up ahead, but it looks like they're on the shoulder of the on-ramp. They look pretty far off the road. Little miniature truck stop. Is that Postal Service? Nope. Medline. Looked kind of like the USPS logo, but it wasn't. It was Medline. I'm still not tired, but I know it's going to hit me. Night driving does sound awesome. It's going to be really nice to flip to a night driving schedule.
There's construction ahead.
Left lane closed in 1 mile. $75 miles till we get to the fuel stop. It was 264 miles past that, so 75 and 264. Is that 339? I think that's 339. Divide that by 60. Be 5 hours and 39 minutes. Be a little after 1 a.m. It is 7:34 right now, so 5 hours and 39 minutes. $12.35 plus 39, or $12.34 plus 39. Is that 113? I think it's 1:13 a.m. Which, when I did this a minute ago, it was 1:18 a.m. So we shaved off 5 minutes since the last time I calculated the ETA. Now we're at 1:13 a.m. So if I keep making good time, then it will depend on whether or not I take a 30-minute break or longer for a shower at the TA Petro in West Memphis. I don't even know. Let me think here. I am still 5 hours and 39 minutes away, and I have 5 hours and 1 minute of drive time. I took a 30-minute break while I was getting the tire changed, but I think I still have time. I took the 30-minute break too early. I took it like only about 2 hours into my drive shift. So I think I still have another hour. I might not have enough time to make it all the way to the delivery with the, delay with the tire situation, because it was going to be a tight schedule to make it. So I'll have to figure all that out when I get fuel. See if I even have enough time to make it all the way there. Because I have to have enough time to not just make it to the location. I have to have enough time to drive around on their property and do the drop and hook, and then leave their property and find a place to park, which there is a mom and pop truck stop like a mile away. Which is really awesome. Most of these places that I'm going to, they have like a mom and pop truck stop really close by. That I can take a 10-hour break at. That was rough. It'd be really nice if they had TA Petros really close by that I could take showers at. Oh, wow. The rest area has like 10 parking spots, and there's only 3 of them taken. So there's several spots open. But I'm expecting I'm going to have plenty of time to deliver this load in this drive shift and, find a place to park. Man, overweight loads just can't travel through these places. 40-ton limit on this bridge. That's 80,000 pounds, so can't do overweight. I bet that they allow overweight with permits. It's got a bunch of old bridges through these areas that have low weight limits. Thought that car was going to pull in front of me. I was hitting my brakes and trying to look for a lane change, and then they slowed down, and I was like, all right, cool. That is the best option. Get in behind the truck instead of racing to get in front of it. Tallahatchie River. Wasn't there a song about that? Was it the Tallahatchie River? What was that? There was a song that was popular. I was never into country music. There is some country music that I like, but I've never really been a fan of country music. I've just been a fan of a few songs that were country songs.
There's construction ahead.
Son of a bitch. I'm getting jammed in by four-wheelers, and I'm stuck behind this slow car going up a hill. I just had to hit my brakes while going up a hill, and now I'm dropping speed like crazy. These trucks are decent at maintaining speed. They are horrible at acceleration. So once you start slowing down going up a hill, that's it. You're not regaining. Look at this jackass. He's going to try to cut off as many people as he can. He's going to move over at the last second. Force his way over. Or her way over. I don't know which it is. Now we're flying up on this Nissan Rogue again. This person is slowed down even more. I have to hit my brakes going uphill again. Oh my God. If they wanted us to do 50, they would make the speed limit 50. She was doing about 60 before we got into the construction, and now she's doing 50 in the damn construction. The speed limit's 60 through the construction. Oh, and now after she's slowed me down going uphill, now she's speeding up. Now she's sped up to 55. And she's speeding up even more. Now she's up to 60. It's got to be an inebriated driver or distracted. They're just not paying any damn attention to how fast they're going. Now they're doing like 65. I don't know how fast they're going. I'm only doing 62, but they're pulling away from me. So now they're speeding. And I've got some super trucker that sped through the construction and is now riding my ass. I hope this Nissan Rogue exits soon. I do not want to deal with trying to pass her. All right, end road work. Let's turn the cruise back on. Yay, she exited. Uh-oh, I'm creeping up on some trucks that are going just a little bit slower than me. Got Sherwin-Williams, it looks like. And what in the hell is the thing in front of us? Is that a flatbed up there? Sherwin-Williams is riding somebody's ass. I'm catching up with him. Oh, great, great. Sherwin-Williams has been riding this person's ass for a long time. And right when I get up to pass them, they decide they're going to pass. They're going to sit here and snail race them in front of me. So let's hit the brakes and slow down to 65. Why couldn't you wait for me to get around, Sherwin? This is like, I hate when people do this stupid shit. Why pull out in front of me to snail race? Two 65-mile-per-hour trucks fighting against each other. Oh, what a jackass. this is annoying. Yeah, we're doing 65 right now. Just one person's at one part of 65, one's at the other part of 65. The flatbed just flashed his lights at him, letting him know he's clear to move over. Sherwin-Williams is not moving over. Jackass. Why did he sit there and wait for me to get right on his ass and then cut me off to snail race? Fucking asshole. Sorry for the language. I just cannot stand how inconsiderate people are. And now that flatbed is riding Sherwin-Williams' ass. And now the flatbed's passing Sherwin-Williams. Now the flatbed just dipped back in behind Sherwin-Williams. So apparently I just got involved in some shit that's probably been going on for hours of these two fighting against each other. 265 mile per hour trucks. I think they're both empty. The flatbed looked empty, yeah. You can see the flatbed's load. Pretty sure he was empty. And Sherwin-Williams was most likely empty as well. So that's the kind of drama that you can get stuck in because of governed trucks. You just get stuck fighting with somebody your entire drive shift. And you think, they'll tell you in CDL school, they'll be like, oh, just, pull over and take a 15-minute break. If I pull over and take a 15-minute break every time I get jammed in by somebody because I'm governed, then I'm just going to be sitting at the rest area my whole life. So I am opposed to governing trucks, but I understand and I'm okay with it. Because we have trucks out here, we have people out here that just cannot be trusted in trucks that are governed at high speeds. They will do really stupid shit. They do stupid shit in low governed trucks. Like you'll be, passing some line haul driver that's governed at 65 on a highway where the speed limit's like 75, and then you'll get into some small town with stoplights and shit, and the speed limit will be like 35 miles an hour, and then here comes Saya flying by you doing 65 through town, passing everybody. That stuff happens all the time. I'm not sure if the statistic is still accurate, but I was told that the most speeding tickets are by trucks governed at 65 and under. They have the most speeding tickets. And it's usually when the speed limit gets below 65, they just keep running at their governor. They're trying so hard to make up time and to pass people that they will speed when the speed limit drops. That's their opportunity to get around people. And you'll have 265-mile-per-hour trucks fighting for position, and you'll get into a small town, and it's like a game of chicken. Neither one of them will lower their speed because they know whoever lowers their speed is going to get passed. So they both end up driving through town at like 65 miles an hour. That's something I would see constantly whenever I was on that dedicated run during training at USA Truck, because we did so much highway driving. And it was really bad on Highway 69 and Highway 75 in between like Tulsa, Muskogee, and Dallas. I remember Saya drivers, like every time we get into town, everybody would slow down to the 35 mile an hour speed limit, and then Saya would just be flying by everybody at like 50. Like we all just passed Saya because he's slow. And then we get into town and Saya is flying by everyone. And then you get out of town and we've all got to pass Saya again. But that, I haven't really noticed that being as bad since we had the freight boom and everybody's governors got bumped up. Pretty much everybody's had their governors bumped up to 70. And the super slow trucks had their governors bumped up to 65. So I don't see that type of behavior as much as I used to. Because the new standard for governed speed in trucks is seems to be 70 now instead of 65. Another fairly smooth bridge connection here in Mississippi. About to hit up Tennessee. We're only 40 miles away from the fuel stop. I think we're only about 25 or 30 miles away from Memphis. We should be getting into Tennessee pretty soon. I can't recall how far south of Memphis the border is. Or maybe we crossed into Tennessee already and I don't remember. Pretty sure we're still in Mississippi. Memphis and West Memphis, Arkansas are going to be a little bit of a pain to drive through. Lots of traffic, and Memphis is old. Like the roads are old. It's got a ton of low bridges. It's just old. Memphis needs to be renovated. Got somebody on the shoulder not too far ahead, and a car just got out to pass me. So I'm jammed into the lane. Got somebody without their lights on racing to get in front of me. Why did this asshole just cut me off and slowed down in front of me? So this is one of the dumbasses that thinks it's my job to move over for him. So they're being a jackass because I didn't move over for them. These are the kind of idiots that we deal with out here on the road. I mean, stupid people. This asshole is just going to sit in front of me, speed matching me. I think this is an inebriated driver. So hopefully somebody else pushes him or her. There we go. Yeah, this is what inebriated drivers tend to do. They latch on to people. They're like gnats. Those cars went by too fast. Oh, see, look. That car moving in front of them caused them to drive off onto the shoulder. This is definitely an inebriated driver. Inebriated drivers have issues with spatial recognition. So you have somebody moving in front of them, they will tend to follow that person's movement. Like you can stand in front of somebody who's inebriated, just rock back and forth, and you can get them to fall over. Well, there's two spots open at that rest area at 8:10 p.m. Not bad. That car still does not have their lights on. About to drive through Memphis. Memphis has the second worst drivers of any city I've driven through. And I have not driven through every city, and it's been a while since I've been through certain cities like Chicago. But Houston is number one, bad drivers. Memphis, number two. Something I used to see commonly in Memphis whenever I would drive through there is people would, it was some kind of kids game. They would go all the way to like the left shoulder of the interstate, and then they would drift all the way over to the right shoulder of the interstate, and they would just sit there and go back and forth from shoulder to shoulder. Apparently that's what's cool in Memphis, is to show people how stupid you are. Alright, looks like this SUV is stopping to help this person that's on the shoulder. Alright, speed limit's dropping down to 60 up ahead for construction. And the lane's closing. And I would just so happen to catch up with a slow vehicle right before we go to single lane. One more mile and I would have passed them. And they're going way below the speed limit. We're doing 55 and we're still slowing down. I just got the bypass on a way station. Oh, sweet. They're exiting. I need to wash the window when I get fuel. This thing is nasty. Way station is closed. Come on. Why are we slowing down so much? Oh, now this car is speeding up. As I'm speeding up, this car is speeding up with me. This person is just blocking traffic over in that left lane. Oh, now she's speeding up, he or she, because this pickup is tailgating her. Alright, people are getting impatient and passing on the right. And we're catching up with a slow RV. Got a truck merging on. I'm going to have to move over for her. And this idiot in the SUV is just sitting out there going slow in the left lane. Um, all right, so now the person in the slow SUV is finally sped up. I think it's another inebriated driver. They caught up with that RV and they're like, oh, a slow RV, I need to pass it. And so they sped up quite a bit. Oh, she's getting over in the right lane. Is she taking this exit? Yep. This dumbass is out in the left lane, passing their exit. Oh, wow, we got a brand new road. Memphis, did you renovate since last time I was here? We'll see. As we get closer into town, we'll see if it's still like the old town. I haven't noticed a notification from Google about crossing state lines.
Welcome to Tennessee.
Welcome to Tennessee. We just crossed over into Tennessee. I just love that all these vehicles I'm passing are finding like another gear. They're finding this speed that they were missing before. It would have been awesome if they found all this speed when I was behind them before I started passing them. The vans I was passing, one of them moved over to the far right lane. I think they might have exited. I don't see them. The other one, the like Mercedes van, just sitting at the back of my trailer speed matching me, and they just moved over somewhere. I think they moved in the lane behind me, actually. Right, 2 lanes closed in half a mile. Let's start slowing down. I see a lot of brake lights in front of me. 2 left lanes closed in 1,000 feet. Which fucking is it? All right, let's slow down. We got some major braking up ahead. The fuck is going on? A bunch of dumbasses jumped over in the exit and started trying to pass in the damn exit. Is this damn lane ending too? Son of a bitch. This is stupid. How in the hell can you shut down this many lanes? What is this fucking idiot doing? What a jackass. This person stopped to let traffic over, and this moron hopped out from behind me and passed me while I was trying to merge into the lane. See what I mean by Memphis has some of the worst drivers in the country? Like, Houston is worse. But Memphis has some of the dumbest motherfucking people on the planet. Yeah, that dumbass that passed me on the left was one of the people that hopped over whenever we got to that exit. They hopped over into the exit and tried to pass in the exit. And then they went over and basically passed me on the damn shoulder. Like, oh my God, these people. I can't believe Memphis has like 4 out of 5 lanes or 3 out of 4 lanes shut. This is crazy. Why the hell do you have all of these lanes shut down?
In 2 miles, use the left 2 lanes to take the I-55 north exit toward St. Louis.
All right, 1.3 miles, left lane exit to get onto I-55 to take the bridge across to West Memphis, Arkansas. So yeah, it looks like they've renovated a lot of this through here. Ugh. This is all new road. Just a second here. Just a second here. I'm having to keep an eye on all these people that are...
Use the left 2 lanes to take the I-55 north exit towards St. Louis.
People are flying around, jumping lanes. And, oh my God, this is some bouncy ass road. I feel like I'm on a trampoline driving through here.
Use the left 2 lanes to take the I-55 north exit.
All right. 10 miles. (13 feet 8 inches) ahead. All right, so maybe we're about to drive through the old part of town with all the low bridges right now.
There's construction ahead.
Yeah, I think we're going through the old part of town with low bridges right now. (14 feet). Yeah, we're going through the old town with all the short ass bridges that are really scary. You're like, please don't hit, please don't hit, please don't hit. goodness. Damn Tennessee. Mississippi is just right next door, and they know how to connect bridges. You should ask them about it. I haven't seen a single cop on my drive through Memphis. Maybe that's the reason people drive like they're like they don't know what they're doing. Like there's no law enforcement anymore. Like some places you drive by and there's cops everywhere. And in some places, nothing. $14.3 bridge. All right, we're doing 51 and we got some 45-mile-per-hour twisties. I think we're about to go across the bridge right now. I think we're getting lined up for it. I see the bridge up ahead. We're twisting and turning, getting ready to go across it. Just do a damn U-turn. Now we're turning back, and now we're about to start the bridge. This is the 55 bridge, and oh my goodness, the I-40 bridge is over to our right.
Welcome to Arkansas.
Welcome to Arkansas. Doing 47 right now. I think the speed limit is 55, but it's kind of scary driving a vehicle this heavy over a bridge this high. Just thinking, man, if it's going to fail, it's going to fail when something this heavy is driving across it. We're almost to the other side. Yay! Gotta get on the brakes because we're going downhill and I've got slow trucks in front of me. We're doing 50 miles an hour and I'm having to slow down to keep from catching up with these trucks in front of me. Speed limit sign right there says 65. Alright, let's see if the way station's open. I got the bypass, so I suspect it's closed. And it is closed. 2.4 miles until my exit. I am fully expecting no shower. It is too late in the evening.
Take exit 4 towards Southland Drive.
This is too busy of a truck stop. There's no way I'm going to find a parking spot. Exit 4, Southland Drive. Oh my goodness, this is some bumpy road. We're going over bridge after bridge. I think we're driving through swampland or something. The bridge connection was smooth. The bridge itself was lumpy. All right, half a mile.
In half a mile, take exit 4 towards Southland Drive. Take exit 4. In a quarter mile, keep right. Follow signs for Martin Luther King Jr. Drive, Southland Drive.
Just saw somebody flying down the road on a bicycle. You see people riding bicycles in an industrial area late at night, you're in a bad neighborhood.
Keep right. Merge onto Martin Luther King Jr. Drive, then turn right onto Petro Road. Turn right onto Petro Road.
Oh shit.
In a quarter mile, turn left onto Rival Road.
I turned right on the wrong road. I think we have a prostitute. And she's just going to walk right out in front of the damn truck.
On Tattoos LLC, you'll turn left into the parking lot.
I guess if you're banging truckers, you don't really give a shit about anything. Alright. What the shit have they got going on here? I think it's all paid parking.
Tattoos LLC. Turn left into the parking lot.
I'm gonna get a ticket just in case. I mean, they have all of the gates just open, like you're supposed to just drive through. But I don't want to get in a situation where when I'm leaving, I don't have a damn ticket. And then they want to charge me a whole bunch of money. Oh, wow. There's actually 2 parking spots. Son of a bitch. There's parking spots available. Most of these damn fuel pumps are closed.
Your destination is on the left.
That dude is pouring DEF into his reefer. I didn't know reefers use DEF. Alright, I'm gonna go into on-duty fueling, not PTI, fueling. Alright, and I'm gonna fuel up. Bye. I'm gonna pause while I do this. Alright, I'm back. Just now starting the truck up. I had to go in and pay. It rejected me. That's not too terribly uncommon. TA Petros in bad neighborhoods shut off their fuel pumps for pump pay after dark. At least that's what the Petro in Oklahoma City told me, because the Petro in Oklahoma City is in a
Exit the parking lot toward Pedro Road.
really bad neighborhood. And my card wasn't working, and they were like, yeah, at night we shut that off because this is a bad neighborhood. So we're gonna shower.
Take
There
your
are
next right
spots
onto Petro
open.
Road. Turn right onto Petro Road.
I was not expecting there to be spots open. All right, I'm trying to get straightened up so it's not a blind side. All right, now that I'm lined up in the spot, I am going to go check with my flashlight.
Exit the parking lot toward Pepro Road.
All right, so I'm in a reserve spot, but I'm just going to sneak in and take a shower in a reserve spot real quick. So I'm going to pause. I'll stop the video and upload it, and then I'll start a new one after I get back.